All right. I wonder if this is the one with the bad translation. Hey, Marco. Yeah, I am. How are you? Where's the T? So this is the bad translation. There. Do you ever use the, do you ever use Franker Faces now, Wonk? Out of curiosity. Oh, it's under all the weird letters? Yeah, but is that the right, translation of the game? Whoa, whoa. Don't ask what happened. Hey there, Timmy. I know, like, I started this once and somebody was like, what the hell? You have like a super old FF3 translation. Yeah, and like it's not even close to complete under Chaos Rush. That's the like playable FF2 translation, if I recall. Yeah, that's what I think. Homework on COVID. That's awful. I'm sorry. We had 4 boys. This is the story of 4 boys, and they were doing what boys do. I'm referencing something that I sincerely doubt anyone will get. You guys know steamed hams, right? That is correct, bowler hat. Of course you know steamed hams. There was like a steamed hams where they cut off all of the all right. Chaos Rush, fully playable. Okay. They cut off all of the dialogue, like, I don't know, a few words from the end, and had one of those like OPT3 things or whatever finish the lines. And it would get really weird with Superintendent Chalmers, and one of them, he just goes on this extremely long rant about, and you were doing what girls do, and you were following all of our rules. And it just won't leave my head. All right, this is going to take just a second to get set up. I'm sorry. Yeah, where it generates the audio. That's correct. My favorite line in that is, you know, the principal guy. What's his name? Superintendent Chalmers. Close enough. Says, you know, says, Seymour, what are you doing? But like it is also messed up somehow. No, not that. And he goes, Superintendent Chalmers, just stretching my legs off. And it's just really funny to me. The line is not stretching my legs off. It's stretching my legs on the windowsill. A font patch. What? Why would you want this font? Oh, the 8x8 font used in FF6. It's kind of neat, but I'll pass. Yeah, I think I suspected that. What's that? Oh, by the way, I know very, very little about Final Fantasy III, and I'd like to keep it that way. Treat this as a blind playthrough, and keep in mind I'm really stubborn. So if it looks like I'm like stuck in a game, I'm discouraged. I'm not discouraged. So I won't need that much guidance. But what's the Jack of all trades challenge? Unless it's a spoiler. That's why I specified that right when I did. It is. All right, on to Bob. Like LVL, you know? Whoa, I could do that if I wanted to. I don't, but I mean, that's kind of neat. I found E. Oh, actually. There. Look. Look at that, they all fit. Those are cats. If you're curious where those names came from, they're cats. The game still seems a little loud. What do you think? Yeah, that's definitely what Sophie would say. What she would actually do is like hide behind the oven. Oh. There. Hey, thank you, Oven Mitt Deluxe. Yeah. Are they actually sample based? It kind of sounds like just the noise channel to me for the snare. How do you think they did the bass drum? Is that a sample? Yeah, Dudley is impossible to photograph. Hey, thank you for subscribing. It's a little tough. Don't they sometimes use it with like a quick bass instrument? Oh, you know what though? One thing I'll say. I have a mechanics question, and usually I don't like mechanics advice, so please keep in mind this is like only when I like want to know, but I do now. That's kind of what I thought too, Bear. Does party order matter? Like if I put the tankiest members up front, is that the thing to do? Oh dear. Oh, I think 3 has retargeting after your target dies. We'll find out. It's kind of funny that this one has retargeting, honestly, because it also has the really helpful indicator for like who's targeting which monster. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Saturn. It might be that switching the video quality down to 480p or lower, maybe even 720p. 2 does not have retargeting, no. 2 is awesome. Oh, it has rows, right, okay. Yeah, because 2 had rows, didn't it? And like if you were in the back row, you were like literally useless for fighting. Dude, I love 2. Oh man, I love 2 so much. Hey, look at that. Is bow the only ranged? Yeah, look at that. Is bow the only ranged weapon in 2? I don't really remember very well. Only ranged physical, huh? Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have bothered. Yeah, I think the walk cycle's nice. A wellspring. Mystifying colors. Yeah, that's what my cat sounds like. What's DPCM? I've heard this term before, but I don't really know what it means. Yeah, the whole party talks. I think they talked in FF2 as well. Did my cat just say this energy? Oh no, I did. Delta postcode code modulation. So like, what does that entail? Can you give me an example of like deep PCM audio that I'd be familiar with? Okay. So yeah, it's sample based then. Drums and Konami games, okay. Yeah. There's like something weird about DPCM with the NES too, right? Like Nintendo's like documentation told you to do it wrong. So the majority of, or a non-trivial number of like samples are like encoded incorrectly and sound way the hell better if you like make a trivial ROM hack. You guys know what I'm talking about? The bits are backwards. That's actually what I was gonna say, but it sounded kind of silly. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, Gimmick does. Gimmick's not the only one. Owned. A Mahjong game? That makes sense, though. Because they need the audio for, like, the voice samples, right? For going pull. Am I right? Is that what they do with it? That's like job points. Yeah. Yeah, I hear Doom sound effects everywhere, too. I was a pretty avid Doom player before I hurt my arm. Yeah, I already won. Yeah, I know, I'm so good. Well, that means there's only one thing left to do. Nah, I'm kidding ya. I'm kidding ya. I wouldn't do that. You missed the whole game, Icy. Hey, thank you, Aki Bread. You like the wiggly? Yep. I knew about that. the fucking Zelda 2 wizard hanging out with Wiggly. Weird, the back of the like dais this was on is gone. It didn't look like this before that cutscene. Does pulling up the menu fix it? No. There we go. Echo herbs. Father Don. Yeah, this is not the translation I was playing before, I think. Was I just soldiering on with that broken one? Surely not. I must have been playing the Chaos Rush one, because that one, like, just half the dialogue was missing. I've heard it speculated that that is the case. Yes, they do. Whoops. Oh, actually, what text speed do I have? Hello? There. What do you mean, Don? It's time efficient to reset. Boot times, yeah. It's like basically on an SSD. Elder Topapa. See, you don't know these cats. I know these cats, so this dialogue is really stupid. Hey, Duke, thanks for the raid. How'd the Kingsfield go? You were playing the first one, right? Hell yeah, there's that emote. You got through the intro? What, like through the first floor or what? Nina, the adopted mother of the 4 orphans. Hey, thank you, Hickther. Elder. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah. I knew that. Oh, shit. I remember why I quit playing this. Because it had all the full screen flashing, and we were like, we should patch that out. We never got around to it. Well, oh well. The intro text. Okay, yeah. It's fine. You gotta start somewhere. Alright, don't tell me anything about class balance. Just as a heads up. This is my first time playing this, so... Oh, that is crusty. Oh my god, there's a remove all, and I just looked at it and went, oh, this game is so crusty. I didn't use it. Awful design decisions. Damn, you start out with a lot of, hey, thanks for the follow. You start out with a lot of money. Unlike real life, but it actually makes it a little more difficult to find a job. How much does an antidote cost? I feel like 100 gil for Poisona is like a no-brainer, but... It took 5. I mean, that makes sense. It's a lot of text. I kind of remember the opening crawl. What did you do? Did you like screenshot it or what? Antidote's 80? Okay, yeah. Poisona's worth it. Kingsfield, it sort of has a story, yeah. Woo! Woo! Thanks, Mycophobia. How are you? Can I play the piano? Wait. Wait, Bug, you don't have a keyboard, do you? Like a piano? Is this cropped right? No, it's not. Yeah, that's better. There's like a little extra black on the sides. What is this emote? Yeah, right on. You don't have... Damn. I can play that song. That's Nako Funjata. It's the only thing I can play. Haha, I'm a dancer. Me. All right, I gotta, if you're new here, I have to subject you to this. There. And it gets better. If I turn my mic on. Hello. This is the voice of God. That flat keyboard cannot output audio, if I recall. Bring antidotes and eye drops. And oh, Kanan. I saw Canon. You know, like, oh my god, his thing he's been going on and on about how, oh, what's that guy's name? The Mad Max guy is God. Hey, thank you, DCD. Enjoy your emotes, Lily. Do you know the thing I'm talking about? Oh, he was flashing because there's too many sprites on this line. Yeah, George Miller. He's been going on Twitter about how George Miller is God. Because of Babe Pig in the City. It's both. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, well, Kojima has his days. Did you not hear about this? All right. Oh, it's ugly. That's better. Oh no, Dot's always in the front. That's probably not a problem. Russell is obviously the warrior. These are named after my cats, by the way. We could do worse, yeah. Oh. Oh, right. The capacity is shared for the whole party. So I have to go out and win a fight or two. I already know I'm gonna want to buy a sword. Yeah, except the DS remake has job sickness, so what a terrible mechanic that is. I can't imagine stabs are actually important. I'm gonna hold off on this. You get job sickness IRL. As long as he's in the back row, he should be fine. Can Dot not wear a hat? That was a mistake. We're good. So job sickness D, in the DS remake, after you changed classes, you had to win like 10 fights before you could start to gain like job points and maybe experience as well. Excuse me? I just started. I got a better idea. That was 99 berserkers, 99 berserkers, 99 berserkers. Oh, $2 grand. Yeah, that's way more my speed. Yes. I don't know much about FF3, but I know that it's really hateful. So what an unlucky 4-job Fiesta roll. So I don't know what to do with this 4th Onion Knight, because I don't have any black magic. So I guess I can't have a black mage yet. Yeah. It almost did. Can you switch? You can switch, guys. Look at this. This is how Elven Shadow walks. You don't know I'm right, but I'm right. I think I should make Dudley a red mage. Didn't I only have 2 capacity? It gets old. No, it's good. The battle theme. All right, we're good. Hideous. Hideous. I don't understand red mages. Hey, boot blocking. All right, I gotta buy Paisano. Wait, did I already buy this? And we'll find out. How do you use this? Okay. I don't know about that. I'd like to know about your feathered hat. Yeah, that's right, D. I just mean like they look bad. Frankly. All right, I got these. So I guess just like 4 of these, huh? Hell, cool. Now, whatever. I'm sure that won't really matter. Whoops. Yeah, I agree, boot blacking. What do you think of, hang on. My RPG brain is making like noises at me. It's, as soon as I thought about putting that really heavy armor on my monk, all I heard in my head was like, okay, so we've got 73% accuracy, 13 agility, 4% evasion. Now what? 73, 5%, 13 agility. Okay. That would have been awesome. Although, now that you say that, I've played some games like that. I think it's like a real common Mario thing where every song is a variation on the same motif. That kind of gets old to me. Hey Slabs, not anything. All vests. Nice. What can the red mage equip? I guess I'll buy the staff, even though I suspect it's worthless. Yeah, you know the thing about Undertale? I played the whole game in one night. I didn't do the genocide ending because that would have taken too long. And that might be part of why that didn't really, like, get under my skin. Yeah, Lufia 3 has good battle music variety. So does Etrian Odyssey 4. All right, I want that cure spell. Yeah, I played it the night that it came out on Steam, and I hadn't played the demo or seen any of the, like, Kickstarter hype. And that probably is part of why I like it as much as I do. Whoa, holy shit. That was like gigantic frame drops and then nothing. King Crimsoned. I don't really get that joke. I've never consumed JoJo past part 3. No, I've told the story. I did read the Duwang translation of part 4 because it was all I could find. Ocean. Yeah, I knew that much. Yeah, that's right. That's the thing about RPGs is you can chat while you're playing the game. That's what I meant by refresh. Hey, thank you, Sepicite. Where are the freaks? There are some. There are freaks in the very first dungeon. There's like a monster called a carbuncle that just looks like a pulsating like blob of skin. Yeah, that part's really good. Chew is pretty good too, as Duwang lines go. Look at that. On the way back, look up. Nice. How's that sandwich treating you? Well, that's a lot of stuff I didn't need to buy. Oh well. Final Fantasy III is so exciting. That's how Sandwich Chat took over so fast. Cure. Ah. Killer Bee. A Duang type translation, but I don't know, like the Chablis translation of Last Armageddon might be a machine translation or something, but it's so good. Yeah, I like these little fuckers. So Duang was a notorious fan translation of the 4th arc of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It was just super bizarre and not really readable, but in a frequently pretty funny way. And there are like a bunch of urban legends going around about that particular translation. Like they did it for a class, like for an English assignment that they failed, which I'm sure is bullshit. Yeah, it's... It's bad. It's really funny. The Buddhist one? I don't know. Yeah, like that would have been my guess. What kanji are Morio, actually? You don't, yeah. Who's not wearing leather armor? Or were there two in those chests? Interesting. That mori is pretty uncommon. That's like a sacred grove, if it's the one I'm thinking of. That's right. Whoops. I'm actually kind of curious whether I can take those berserkers now. Playing this and Final Fantasy 1 like back to back is an experience. Yeah, in some ways. I mean, they're really different games so far. This one, like, sort of has a story almost, and one doesn't. Oh, I kind of know what you mean. Why are we all talking about soup? What happened? Did I miss something? Can I have this soup? Gotta keep up, yeah. Whoops. I see. Ah! Uh-huh. Right. Have you seen the... It's like screenshots from some like Steam game or maybe mobile game where like there are characters, there are two characters with these names. Both of these are at Aris. So they're like, the line goes, if Alice, hiragana, sees Alice, katakana, and then in all caps, go back and fix this. Under no circumstances should this make. Hey, Slushy Cat, thank you. What were you up to? Under no circumstances should this make the final release. And then it just didn't. It didn't work. Hey, Choodles. What were you? Oh, KOTOR? What do you... Have you played that before? What do you think of it? Yeah, it's on, you know, I don't know, Twitter or something. .nation. Hiragana dot. Yeah. That's, what's the damn name of the company? It's not Biotech, it's like that. Biotron? What the fuck are they called? Bionicle? BioWare, jeez. Yeah! Very funny to just transliterate that. It's a bonfire. All right, you baited me into it. Hang on. Wrong octave. This is really tricky, actually. Yeah, we got to go to the high octave, which sounds awful. All right, that's enough automaton. I think this song is like in the wrong key for the automaton. One time I was doing that and Seahorse like looked up what key it was in, the song I was trying to play, and it's like, oh yeah, this is an F sharp. You should not be playing F sharp on the automaton. It's a musical instrument. Hang on, do I have a picture of it? Well, kind of. Yes and no. What's this a picture of? No, that's not it. Just a second. I'll show you what this instrument looks like that I was playing. It's really more of a toy. It's called an automaton. Mine is this color. So this like metal strip, the tone that this thing emits is determined by like where your finger is on that thing. It's for children and it's also for adults, yes. And it produces a tone that to my ear is similar to like a lot of theremins, for example. And then you squeeze the cheeks to get it to open its mouth. Like in this. Which changes the timbre a little bit. So like, hang on. You can kind of make it say mama. Like that. But it is deliberately very difficult to play accurately. You can't make it say, well, ha, no. I think you have to talk to this guy. And he explains what's going on. I'm Sid from Canaan. He's only the second Sid, though. Oh, is there a Sid? Is like Dr. Oon Sid in FF1 now? I did. You ever done that in real life? The Lithanians. The Lithanish or whatever. What? You can obviously go in here for a reason. Whoops. I think that was just a potion. You don't want to go in there yet. I'm pretty sure. This city is like a party fighting game, isn't it? Are you /S right now? Aren't you supposed to go here? He's in Kazu's. Hello, Axemet, how are you? Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna play them all, I think. I just really wanted to, mess with the Famicom ones. Damage to undead. Break withdrawal. Oh, Russell. That didn't feel like a ton of experience. Which ones have you played, Slushy? Funky Fantasy 4. Is that the, like, the one with the machine translation from the guy? Yeah. Yeah, the guy, Google. Why wouldn't the pixel remaster of FF1 count? I guess it's like pretty heavy remake, huh? Oh, okay, this is why you can't buy Cure in the first town. They don't want you getting 4 white mages or red mages and teaching them all Cure and then power leveling off of the mummies. It's broken and bad, no enemy scripting. No enemy scripting, wait. Are you telling me Astos doesn't cast Rub or what? What does that mean? Well, true. I mean, the sad thing about Google Translate, though, is and this is really common with machine translations, is like they will produce readable, like target language writing by just skipping words they don't understand. What? Chaos casts Cure for whatever he wants? That's bad. That's like fundamental to the strategy of Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, I've heard this is the pixel remaster I've heard like universal praise of, personally. And like, I assume I'm the only person with like the brain problem that makes this the preferable version. Yeah, 3/4 of a sentence, like easily. They also forgot to put an enemy script. Yeah. Oh, you were watching Loon play these, weren't you, Buyun? Wait. Oh, that was Bronze Bracer. I got excited for a second, but I already had that. Ooh. Yeah. So the thing about Google Translate is like a lot of the time it just skips words it doesn't understand. So deep, are you talking deep L maybe? Is that what it's called? That's the one Skeb uses. It's bad. It's bad. Skeb is actually a little difficult to get to accept like Japanese if your IP address makes you think you're not in Japan. I don't know if you were aware of this. If you write the word Japanese and your IP address does not say you're in Japan, then Skeb won't let you talk or won't accept your shit. It'll be like, no, you have to use our machine translation. Even if your language is set to Japanese. It's bizarre. It starts yelling about eagles. That's weird. Boo, boo, doo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 doo, boo. I was out running errands. He was at 7-Eleven. Yeah, that one. So they will force you to use their built-in machine translation if you say the word Nihongo when your IP address makes them think you're in America or something. Yeah, sure. This is so cool. I remember being really impressed with how they made this effect work in the DS FF3, which I played like a couple dungeons of. I didn't care for it. It makes stuff up, really. Uh-huh. Do they just use it constantly? You can't strategize around that. Mm-hmm. Did you see that thing where, so translate... Oh! Hey, thank you, Sepasai. Look at me go, dude. I'm exploring, I'm getting stuff. So... there was something where, like, people were machine translating sentences from some language that didn't have gendered pronouns at all. And so, you know, without some extra context, you can't know whether it's appropriate to use he or she, right? And so rather than simply using singular they, Hungarian, you know what I'm talking about? So if you give it the sentence, they are a doctor, then it'll spit out he is a doctor. They are a teacher, she is a teacher. You get what's going on there? So it's just kind of funny. How did I get into FF3? This is my first time playing it. I played FF2 and I loved it. And I replayed FF1 and I loved it. So I was like, man, I should really play 3. So I played 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm King Sassoon. Such warriors you are. There's a secret path in the sealed cave. Oh. So I was gonna do a red mage, but I hate how red mages look. It's good. Although I hate to disappoint, it is not accurate to how I walk in real life. Whoa, monsters. I think I'm making the right call. I have doubts. Yes! Yeah, don't tell me too much about it because I've never played it before. And I know precious little about the game. I know it is very hard though. I was gonna say, there's gotta be a boss fight here, right? Yeah, that's fine, Quinn. I'm cool with that. Let's see if it's vulnerable to sleep. It could be, but let's assume not. Did I already do this one? I think I already did this song, right? In the automaton. I am invulnerable to sleep, and I wish I wasn't. I've been having horrible sleep disruption issues lately. How'd that go? Woo. Yeah, FF4 is my favorite video game. So I've never been closer to trying FF14 than when I heard they were putting a bunch of FF4 shit into it, but I resisted. Okay, well, that really tough boss was actually one more experience than the mummy encounter, so if for some reason I want to grind early, it might not actually be a bad idea. But now I have to get out alive. The FF4DS translation? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. I know you really don't like that one. Oh, now you've done it. So, the FF4DS translation is a little overwritten. Which I think is a criticism you could make of basically any Square translation after a certain date. I don't have a problem with it, but Buyun is not the only person I know who does not care for it. Mystic Quest, Mystic Quest is fun. You have to know not to go in with like super high expectations. But like, it's fast. You know? I think Mystic Quest is like pretty fun, yeah. The GBA one. I think Pixel Remaster as well has the line, "You and your goons wrecked up my airship, something awful." I got away with that, huh? I don't think that stairs in my house line is in there, but I don't like the PSP version at all. It is bare ass ugly. The problem. The only version of the game I really like a lot Well, there's two. I like the Super NES, Super Famicom version. I like the DS version. But the DS version to me is just like a completely different video game. The GBA version's interesting. I find the like bug where it skips your turns a little frustrating though. It's got those like extra dungeons, which I think are kind of neat, honestly. Is that only the US GBA release that's so messed up? Japan 1.0, I see. My dudes are gonna get so strong in this cave. It does. I was really excited for Seiken Densetsu 3 to come out. That is a low quality translation. Not to be a hater, but that one is not good. The Trials of Mana one. I'm not talking about the 3D one, which I haven't seen. Hey, thank you, Critic. Which I understand the 3D one, like a lot of people don't like the dub. It sounds pretty silly from the clips I've seen, but I wasn't into it, no. That was my main character. Have you heard my really neurotic story about my Trials of Mana playthrough? Is there a discount for getting 10 potions? Wait. You get bulk discounts in this? What? Why did you say that? No, don't be me. Why? This is... Oh, gosh. I don't like either translation. I mean, I would take the War of the Lions translation like any day. Obviously. Because the other one is just not English. But... It's so weird. It's so overwritten. Like, they do that thing where they spell Sir S-E-R, and it's like, oh, whatever. Little money. Here, you guys don't know how to do it. You want to talk to me about little money, I'll tell you about little money. That's how you do little money. Sir Firm Albert. Oh, hanging out with my buddy Firm Albert. Yeah, I mean, the original translation just has so many flat mistranslations. I think it's pretty difficult to recommend to anybody who wants like an experience they can understand, you know? But I'm not a huge fan of the War of the Lions one either. I think FF5 takes the crown there. Yes, up on naught but broth of bean. Yeah. I mean, the FF5 PlayStation translation is so bad, though, that it wraps around and it ends up being, like, just kick-ass. Does it say how much No. Ah! Yeah, the yes thing. I'd forgotten about that. If you had not specified, I would have been like, Deep Shock, why are what are you so happy about? Our congratulations in order. The year. That's good. Yeah, it does. Which I've heard people say like, oh, well, Butts sounds funny, but it is his name. And I was playing it in Japanese, and it's not. It is a long ah. So his name is Bart. Which they went with in future translations. That's a bad name. They should be ashamed. No, it is not bats. Now, Wonk, you're baiting me into arguing. I'm not gonna do it. There are, yes, but you wouldn't spell that name that way. Or you wouldn't katakanize that name that way. That's the issue with Butts, is the translation for his name. It's a long ah is the problem. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to accuse you of, oh, shit. If I recall, like, this dungeon is really fucking hard. Like, this second floor just kicks your ass. No, don't blind, you can't blind him. Oh. Russell needs to see. Well, this is not a big deal anymore. Nope. they didn't guts. Owned. Yeah, angry money is like a wizardry thing. Oh my god. Gatsu. Look at her go. Okay, so clearly the play here is to put everybody in the back row on the second floor. Because Dot is invincible. Oh. I think it was probably possible to escape, but... Well, no, I mean, it's not a soft lock, because I could just reset. Well, I guess that doesn't really... Yeah, okay, it's not necessarily mutually exclusive. Yeah, I mean, back then they really wanted to make all these things challenging. I think I'm good on consumables. Hey, thank you, Sepasai. I actually have to get a new bottle of water. If you can believe that. Just a moment. Honestly, FF2 didn't have any, like... FF1 and 2 didn't have, like... Okay, sorry. FF2 didn't have encounters that just killed your whole party in the very first dungeon. One sort of does. Honestly, D, my guess is I think when they were designing RPGs at this point in time, they were imagining people like doing Dragon Quest style grinds where they walk back and forth to hit a certain level before doing dungeon dives. Their own capabilities, what are you talking about? I guess. In the case of an RPG, though, that usually just means, like, knowing all the stuff ahead of time. You know? No, don't cure Dot. Dot's fine, actually. They still make RPGs where you want to walk back and forth and grind, right? Like, does Dragon Quest XI do that? Is it? I don't know. I've never really played much of an MMO. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, okay. The default difficulty. I played Dragon Quest XI for like an hour or something, but I was not on the default difficulty. It's long, right? Dragon Quest XI? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was playing that translation, and then somebody was like, no, you have to switch translation patches because the game is going to be, like, unreadable at some point. Okay, potions are incredibly effective healing compared to the cure spell. Ah! No, Dot's fine, Dot. Ah, that sucks that only the red mage can use the white slayer, and also only the red mage can use cure. Yakuza 7 looked fun. That's the one that's like the first JRPG one, right? I don't necessarily know that I thought it looked that fun to play, but I only play stuff like this, you know? So the fact that the cutscenes had like mo-capped actors who were also like modeled to look just like the real actors and everything, I was like, whoa, these guys are like really emotive. Like, there's a scene where they're at the Hello Work office or something, and who's the really cool looking guy with the glasses? Do you know who I'm talking about? What's his name? Okay, I can do this. No, in Yakuza 7, come on. Namba, yes. So they like answer some question, and Namba just goes, shit, that makes me feel old. And like the look on his model's face is just like, whoa. Video games are really cool in 2019, or, you know, whenever Yakuza 7 came out. And I was like, anyway, back to Son 2. Oh wait, is Doug Walker the nostalgic critic? Did I just get Dugged? It's like getting Rickrolled, but with the nostalgic critic. Can you potion these guys? This is so free. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've seen that guy in something else. I've probably not seen him because like I don't, or in anything because I don't watch Japanese TV. But I might have like seen his photo on Twitter or something. All right. I assume I wasn't supposed to know to do that. Like I needed to talk to a guy. Oh, that's what it is, I think. Here is dangerous. No, don't put it that way. Hell yeah. Talk to me with the B button. I'm hanging out with Sarah. Look at this. Whoa. Look how she kind of like hops around. This is sick. Oh, use the skeleton key. That's funny. I wonder if she'll follow me into the towns. Oh, I never got this far. This is the furthest I've ever gotten. And 22 damage from the back row. Why I think it is. It can't be because she doesn't have the cat ears. I'm sold, man. I'm sucked in. We're playing this shit now. That was how my good friend described his first few minutes with Dark Souls. He was like, dude, I am sucked in. I mean, it stuck with me. Yeah, I've heard people say that before. I don't know anything about it, but are you like super familiar with my taste in video games and maybe more specifically RPGs? Mogambo, out of curiosity, is she gonna be like, I can't follow you? I can take her around. Yeah, you know FF2? I played the Famicom FF2 and I just could not stop. I was like, this is the best video game I like how like there's only one like villager palette for every place, so it looks like she's just like got different outfits for different towns and for different locations inside those towns. Anyway, I played the Famicom FF2 and I was just like blown away. She got better. So I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up liking FF3 a lot. Even though I know a lot of people who hate it. No, yes, I meant overwrite. Dude, her battle sprite is cool. Look at that in the lower right. Yeah, I found a really mean trick that I could pull on the game in FF2 and very quickly got obscenely overpowered. It had nothing to do with hitting my own guys. I think that's probably a trap. I think a lot of the people who really, really hate FF2 watched some YouTube video where someone was like, oh, FF2 is bad because you have to hit your own guys, and that's the best way to get stronger, which is not true. It's fun. I mean, you could do it. You could do that, but it's not very fast. A really fast way involves a specific sword that you get very early in the game. That's all I'll say. Stop it. Shadow. I haven't fought shadows yet. Wait. Yeah. I'll tell you what I've heard about the DS remake, but I'm not sure it's true. Supposedly, with the DS remake of Final Fantasy III, like, enemy party sizes can be up to 9 in this, right? But those models are, like, really high poly for the DS. So they couldn't render entire 9 enemy parties without the frame rate dumping down to, you know, 2 seconds per frame. So what they did was they cut the average party size by 3. And they multiplied the average monster stats by 3. This is, I don't know if this is true, but it's what I've heard. And so it means that everything is just ridiculously hard, which when you throw in that job changing sickness and stuff, it makes for a miserable experience. Yeah. That's like the only thing that I know about Final Fantasy III, really. I know that about the DS remake. And I know that there's no save points in the final dungeon, which is really long. Game sharking the second half of it. Get out of there. Yeah, well, don't tell me too much about that, because then we might end up spoiling how jobs work in this, which I'd like to discover organically by finding out halfway through that I've picked all the worst jobs and I'm worthless. Really? Da! I'm committing to this. I think I'm over leveled because I did so much wandering around and like killing enemies and stuff. So far, I love it, Seahorse. How are you? Oh, they can hit? That never happened once the whole time. The whole time she was asleep. The red mage's job point or spell points are too valuable. Yes, it is. I got about this far once and I was just having zero fun with it and I quit. But now that I played 2 and I love 2, I was like, I have to try 3 again. And I replayed 1, of course, the other day, or not the other day, it was over 2 days, and I thought it was just incredible, so. That's true, isn't it? Seahorse, do you stream on a schedule? What's your schedule generally? Because I know you tend to be online after I cut stream. It's a really short dungeon. Dude! This is a good song, sort of. He looks really silly. So I think that's supposed to be a beard, but I see it as like a big, gaping, like, jack-o'-lantern mouth. Well, everyone in the back row was not a good choice for the actual fight. This is gonna be all on the red mage. What? What? No effect! It's a magic spell! 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern. Sunday, Monday. Wow, you have a really active schedule. No, I don't think you can. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, did you see that? You can. Well, anyway. Look at that. Yeah, you know, for a while I was really consistently doing about a five stream a week schedule. I couldn't maintain it forever. I don't know if you'll have the same difficulty though. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. Your mouth. I don't want to put words in your mouth. This guy's impossible. Well, he can't hit me either. Yes! Wait, I gotta turn off the delay if I'm gonna be doing that. Once every 3 days. Honestly, sometimes I feel the same way. Oh, it starts on the backbeat. Well, the lag is actually the microphone, because my signal chain adds a lot of delay. Oh no, it's not the signal chain. I delay the yeah, please don't. I delay the microphone to match the lip flaps on VTube Studio. And in fact, if there is a problem, please don't comment on it. Don't be like, oh, you're doing something wrong, but I won't say what, because then I know I'm doing something wrong, you know? Boom. Russell's in a state. Oh, okay, it just missed. I could have been doing that all along. Yeah, it's probably okay. Yeah, the mini emote works really well for that. It hadn't really occurred to me. Do they not do the crouching I'm about to die in FF1? They do, right? All right. The Onion Knights. Oh no. Okay, we're good. This game has the Pokemon problem, where the Onion Knights look a lot better than the real classes. I don't like Pokemon because you get the Pokemon and I like how it looks, and then you evolve it and it looks bad instead. Well, negative damage like healing would be non-zero. You know what? Yeah, don't evolve it. I mean, you could probably get away with that, right? I like Ponyta a lot, and then Rapidash is like, no. And he's out. Oh yeah, Litten turns into like a pro wrestler. Look at that. Raichu has a cooler voice than Pikachu. For one thing. It's not just bigger pony. You don't understand anything. I like that little wiggly animation. Oh, Tiger Mask. That's why he does that. Yeah. Wow. They just warped you out of the first dungeon? You don't have to walk back? That's so, like, new school. Thanks for your help. Yeah, this is modern gaming. This song is good. Is this the Sassoon or the Sassoon Castle song, or is this the like victory song, I wonder? You'll find it handy. A canoe. He just had one in his back pocket. Whoa, hidden path to the treasure room. Oh, I've been there. Wanted to see you guys. Thanks, warriors, you're all brave heroes. That's what that guy sounds like. It's been literally 2 hours. Is that the voice I was doing? I just kind of did a funny thing with my jaw and then talked. Oh, they give you the canoe so you can go get the airship so you can immediately lose it. Sorry, that's been spoiled for me. That's called speaking. This is the exact same canoe sprite from FF1, except did the FF1 have like a moving north and moving south sprite? Whoa, look at this little dude. Is that Sid? Whoa, he's all nose. Hey there, 7 Mark 7. How's it going? Look at him. He's just a big old beard and a nose. Robert Zadar. I haven't thought about that guy in a while. My favorite Sid is FF4 Sid, but of course I'm gonna say that. F. It's a reference only Cool Benji gets. Someone clip that and show it to Cool Benji. This is gonna hurt. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 5 Sid is kind of mid. I get it. The best Sid with a bullet. He's there. He's not my favorite character in FF7. I just made a big mistake. Great value RoboCop. I haven't seen a lot of movies that Robert Zadar was in. Oh, that's a lot of arrows. What have we got? I think I know sleep too, right? I think fire is the only one I don't already have. Oh, can't learn more. Oh no. Ah, that's the problem with red mages, huh? Can you unlearn one of these? I kind of wish I had an unlearned cure because that's useful, but that's cool. But you get it back, dude. This game is tight. Farewell, frames. Yeah, have a good one, Deep Shot. He's the movie's super boss. Yeah, this is like much more modern feeling than 1 and 2, which are hateful. Like, there's no way this is weaker than the White Slayer, right? But it might be. Okay, so let's think about this. Whoops. I didn't actually read the stats. I opened it and went, yep, looks good. Okay, 1 times 18. And if we remove this... Okay, yeah, so the weapon's attack value is reflected on that. So 14 for the longsword. And this will be what, 21, or will it be like 25? 21. FF1's so good though. It wasn't supposed to be anything else. It's FF1. It's weaker than the White Slayer. Well, that's fun. Whatever, I'll hang on to it. They did, but I mean, I am all of... Why are you asking right now? Right now. I'm getting frame drops like right now all of a sudden. But the thing is, like, they're usually permanent. Or they were usually permanent before. Because of the frame drops right now. No, I think it's legitimately improved. How bad are these frame drops? Are they resulting in buffers or just frame drops? Yeah, I think this is actually improved. Thank you, Sepasai. Yeah. It is, yes. It's just like, you know, you could see them forgetting that feature. Yeah. I don't, in all honesty, like, things just aren't as bad as they were for that one stretch. I know I'm supposed to go to Canaan, but I want to, What? Look at that. I really want to go into the Mithril Cave. Well rested. That's what I say every morning when I wake up. Yeah, I agree, Sepasai. This is the only significant frame drops I've had since it got serviced were during this winter storm. You only recover a third of your MP. Do RPGs still do this thing where, like, there'll be really difficult stuff that you're meant to come back to later? What did they say? Like 3 paces from the, that you're meant to come back to, like, way later. But you can do it early if you're gutsy and or lucky. This could be a party wife. I can think of, E6, the Ark of Nepishtim. Like 50 levels early. Dark Souls does it. What is this bit that you're doing? Ah! Oh, well, this guy's easy. Well, yeah, and you can do early Sif and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. The whole, like, what is and isn't an RPG question is so much more complicated these days because, like... Alright, see you, Sophie. Because, like, everything has tons of RPG elements now. Old RPG. You have to invent him. And can you do them early? Oh, it's just a couple mithril swords. Yeah, which they should do that again, because that's awesome. Oh, Dudley's in the front row. And asleep. I doubt I'm getting out of this cave. Well, that's probably easier to run from. I mean, I think it's cool when the path that's very wrong is actually still viable if you, like, are really clever about it. I'm working on it, Railcar. One path should have chaos demons. Oh. No, don't be sorry. I do agree with you. Yeah, that's a shame. That is something that, like, old FF used to do a lot. Like, if you're properly geared for it, you can, get the Elven Mantle really early. I hate this hotel. They watch, she's gonna go south instead of west. Come on. Let me out. She's the party leader now, that's right. Yes. What do you say? Oh, I know about that. A huge murderous chicken would kill you instantly. Hey, Objective Binary. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe what I'm revealing is that I'm just not playing the right games. There are actually plenty of games that do what I want. But since I don't pay attention to anything, the room next to the ice machine. How do I go to Canaan? Don't tell me. I'm just thinking out loud. I bet I can talk to Sid. Maybe not in the overworld. On the bow of the airship? Aha! go. Oh, there we go. Now he's gonna be like going to the Mithril Cave. Oh, I guess not. That was awesome. It's not that convenient. Because the airship just shatters. Sorry about your airship, bud. I've never seen that in the Famicom version. I had no idea. It was such a silly animation. He knows the secret to airships. The secret is you gotta make them fly. Yeah, I hear some people talk about Octopath, but it doesn't seem to have made like a giant splash. It's on the list. I'll play it eventually. Mallet. Ouch. Oh, Dash. He went to the mountains in the south where there's a dragon. Oh, like Bravely Default. Remember that game? I have some games I like that nobody else does. That's just the truth about me. Off. Oh, the magical elixir, which is just in this town somewhere. You're playing Bravely Default 2? That came out really recently, right? I feel like I watched a little bit of Yagamoth playing it, but I didn't really know what I was looking at. Oh, just a sec. I need a Stream Deck key for this. How'd I do? Yes, there's Bravery. There's Bravely Second and Bravely Default 2. And so I thought Bravely Second was Bravely Default 2 for a while, and then they released it, and I was like, oh, never mind. I don't need any of that. You know. I'll buy Thunder, but I'm not gonna equip it until I know I need it. Is this the first FF where you can be a weirdo and just walk around in the rivers? I just took damage. This is most comical in FF4 when you've got Dark Knight Cecil. She is not. Look. This 13-2 and 13. Those are more descriptive, aren't they? Get the cats out of the water. Oh. Ah, lightning returns, that's right. Aha! The hanger? Honestly, after Silmeria, they should have lost their Valkyrie profile privileges. I kind of want to play Silmeria, and I know it's a bad idea. I did not care for Valkyrie profile Silmeria, and like, I don't think it's just me being a grouch, because like, hey, thank you, Sepasai. Like, Valkyrie Profile 1 is my favorite, one of my favorite games. The DS one, what, like Covenant of the Plume or whatever? I bought that in Japanese, and it was, the Japanese was way too difficult for me at the time. So I was like, I can't play this. Silmeria is just such a strange game. I want to go back and revisit it now and see if I can find anything to like about it. I'm frequently capable of that. Whoops, revived. Didn't Covenant of the Plume have voice acting? Did I imagine that? You're right, Skeleton Man. Or his 17th chance. I remember playing some game in Japanese where one of the characters was like Iksa Otome, which is Battle Maiden, and I feel like it was Covenant of the Plume, but I don't know. It might have been just the original Valkyrie profile. The Battle Maiden. Valkyrie, that's my impression of the like 4Kids actors who did the dub of the PlayStation 1. How'd I do? Don't answer that. 4 times. Oh, I hope Grondnock's not here to hear this story, but I had a friend who was playing God Hand and like trying to get like the highest ranking on. Stop it with the encounters. I was going somewhere. He was trying to get like a really high ranking on something. I don't quite remember it. And the end result of this was that he would keep playing the first level and then reset. And so I've heard the very beginning of God Hand like so many times. I've heard that I love it like over and over and over again. That's cool, Jed. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! That's the dumbest looking dragon I've ever seen in my life. But like in a good way. Rustbird. That doesn't sound good. I know cockatrices are weak to ice in FF1. I wonder if by this point they had done that FF series, like birds are weak to lightning deal. This is a fan translation. Pretty bad damage. Oh! Yeah. I bought Lightning, right? I just didn't equip it on Dudley. Oh my god. That was not a very productive round. Yeah, I got Thunder. This is so weird, dude. Like, I played a decent amount of the DS version. I don't remember any of this. I remember there's a town that you have to cast Mini on everybody to get into. And it was what made me quit the game. Because, like, you go there and you're like, they're like, welcome to the town of the small people. We're teensy and you're weensy. And I'm like, oh, fuck this. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You know? Just that line made me go like, go to hell. All right, 16 attack. I'm curious, if I remove this. There we go. Minneapolis, is that what it's called? It does look like it's made out of wall insulation. I remember there being a Toad dungeon. Yeah. Well, that's fair. Gnomes, that's right. Welcome to the village of the gnomes. We're Itsy and you're Bitsy. Oh, what are you talking about? Yes, look at this dude. I'm ready for this monk to hit super hard. Whoa. Yeah, so Thunder's not a level 1 spell, I guess. So this isn't as good as I hoped. I kind of doubt I'm supposed to be here yet. Because I remember hearing that in FF3, you could fight Tiamat really early. Or not Tiamat, Leviathan really early. And that you weren't supposed to. And now I'm guessing this is Bahamut. And I'm thinking of Bahamut. And I somehow misremembered it as Leviathan. Did I just get treasure? Probably. I don't know what it was, though. What did you think of that? Did you? It sounds like you must not have liked it very much. Hell Diver. A friend of mine really liked that one. Uh-huh. That sounds fun. Whoa. Oh, Helldivers are cockatrices, okay. Noted. I was looking away when it happened too, so I just looked back and I was like, whoa, That's a cool color scheme, but I get why now. This battle theme is so good. That's pretty funny. That sounds cool. Well, we're gonna be lugging this stone dot around for a while. No, because I just got a golden needle. Duh! Huh. That's right. Man, so far this is really fascinating, I guess. Sophie, okay. This game. Because I know a lot less about this than I thought I did. Like, I thought the Gnome Village was like the very first thing you did after breaking the airship. And now I'm on some mountain that, I mean, I've played a little bit of the DS version, so I must have seen this mountain, but I don't remember it. Oh yeah, bows. I meant to put a bow on somebody. Can Dot equip a bow? No. Did you ever play MUDs that had like the D&D style currency system where there were like a bazillion different kinds of metal? Arrow. Oh. Apparently hitting spacebar did that. One time I hit spacebar, and I want to show you what hitting spacebar did. But we have to go over to the platform Armageddon scene for this, actually. Hang on. But one time I hit the spacebar, and it just turned this picture on. Which was really good. Hey there, Chloe B. Hey, thanks, Jed. I haven't hit that one yet, Electro Retro. I actually didn't know I had it. Yeah. Oh, right. I claimed to have a hidden button once when I was working in an arcade and somebody was threatening to mug me. I was like, do it. All I have to do is hit this button here, and I tap the underside of the, like, ticket redemption counter. And they'll send the cops right over, which he probably knew I was full of shit, honestly. But he was like, all right. It was enough, like... Yeah. I think in retrospect, it was probably just a joke in poor taste, frankly. No, I missed. What? Someone hit the Rook. What's funny is, like, I wasn't, like, intimidated by this guy, which is weird. That's really unlike me. I think the fact that it was so sudden and that I was on the clock meant that, like, I just didn't react to it the same way as if somebody had, like, threatened to mug me personally. Keep exploding. Neo Zero, that's funny. I'm dying, Squirtle. Remember that? Bidoof is on fire. How's it going, Retro? No! Oh, shoot. I don't like this encounter. I forget what the issue was. I think they just hit really hard. Mm-hmm. I remember thinking the art style of 4 Heroes of Light looked good. Yeah, I am in a good mood. Thank you. Russell. I'm Russell. That's funny, right? Yeah, I was gonna say, we have the Sadler emote for these situations. Dude, this is like the first ever Bahamut sprite, isn't it? It's so good. Sure, I guess. I bet you he casts breath spells that deal shit tons of damage. Oh, I know this part of the game. I was just talking about this. It's pretty hard. That one. There we go. Yeah, I remember not being into the level design in Bravely Default at all. I wish this guy would get out of the way. Please tell me Minnie isn't level 2. Okay, it works on everybody. There we go. It's a good song. Home of the Vikings? Shilko. Oh, okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting to turn that back on, Marks. Well, there's... Well... it's a good question. Dr. Shelko. Yeah, it's like the reasons tile sets. That would be funny. I don't need any of this, right? I've got it all. Yeah, I don't know the term. Hey, Toho X. Whoa. That's a good line. I'm a gnome. This is my home. Did you hear that about the fairies? In the Living Woods? Is this the Living Woods? I'm gonna get fucking, like, blasted by the next encounter. Because all my dudes have no defense. Did I remember to save? I feel like I didn't. I'm out. I didn't even notice it. The dead mini sprite. Should I save with a dead party member? Out of my way. Nah. I'm guessing the inn doesn't cure being knocked out, but let's find out. What have we got? Nope. That's okay, I've got a few Phoenix Downs. Didn't they say Shelko was a doctor? I just want to be sure there's not like a revive spring here. I remember where the revive spring was. Never mind. Status is recover and you just... the inn just explodes. Yo, Desh looks kind of cool. You see him? Yeah, me too. He does. No, I didn't save. Dumb. No, not job. Little game. I think you can't unmini in this tunnel. Thank you, Retro. Oh. Leprechaun. What do you want to bet these guys have, like, really bad stats? Because they're supposed to be, like, the party's current size. I haven't thought about me gold in a long time. Whatever, this is a pain in the ass. I'm not dealing with this. Yeah, they don't do that much damage. I'm so hungry, dude. I feel like I ate, like, food today, too. They should be, but they probably reuse this sprite for later enemies. If I had to guess. There. I think you're supposed to cast magic to deal with them, but I'd rather not. Because there's probably a boss at the end of this, and I'd rather save my spell charges for that. Listen, I don't eat crayons. I got snowed in without enough groceries, Fred. It's been difficult for me to, like, get my hands on food. I've eaten a lot of meals that were just like 4 slices of bread and stuff. There we go. Oh! Oh, that looks awesome. That's a cool ass enemy that I'm not gonna fight. There was someone I used to see all over Twitter who had that as their avatar. The Wraith from Sweet Home. And when I got to Wraiths in Sweet Home, I was like, oh, I know this. I recognize the thing. Electro, thank you so much. Hang on, is there a donation message that I'm missing with that? Thank you. Yeah, I can try, Electro. The roads are iced over is the issue. But I will try. Thank you. Yeah, I like Sweet Home a lot. I thought I like loved it, like one of the absolute best games of all time, loved it, and maybe I do on some level, but it's not that replayable. Okay, surely I can unmini now. Wait a second, the Living Woods. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. You like that seamless reset? Woo! Soul Bomba, thank you. How's it going? Yeah, the overworld music in this is incredible. There we go. What were you up to? Hylix 2. I feel like I've heard of the Hylix games. Are they like RPG makers? Or RPG Maker games or something? Like with a really unusual look? Yeah, Claymation. Okay, yeah, I am familiar with that. Don't need any of that. Was that cool? The game? Isn't that off-game French as well? Really? Yeah, I've watched a little bit of Off. I've never played it. So, I feel like with those RPG Maker, like, art games, like, especially Off, my, like, commentary style doesn't add anything to them, you know? Like, I couldn't imagine playing Space Funeral, me personally, on Twitch. Were you having fun with Hylix? Oh my gosh! Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I don't think this is the Space Funeral person. It actually might be, but that one, like, sort of famous, like, weird game developer, like the Catamites or whatever. I've been thinking about playing a lot of the Catamites' games, but I wouldn't want to stream it. Oh, okay. Something like that. No, don't mind us. Mind us. I want to go up those stairs. This is RPG gaming. Oh, oh, ooh. Yes. Oh, shoot. I wanted to use Thundara on it, but I don't have level 4 black magic. God, that's... I don't really have that much capacity. Did that use 16 capacity, like just attempting to switch jobs? No, I've just been running from too many encounters. Let's see something. Yeah, so the problem is, well, I could cast Thundara once. Like this. But I could do this to anybody, right? So I might as well do it to Dot instead. Did they have an inn? Because I have to get this spell point back somehow. Ah, man. I don't think I actually have a way to get my spell points back. I have to go all the way through the gnome village. Never mind. I changed my mind. Oh, but you know what? I didn't job change Dot. That's really awkward, how they're just like standing and staring at each other all night. Ah, shit. It was wrong. I think it might be time to grind. Lana, the issue is that I need like a level 4 spell slot to cast Thundara, which I just got. And I don't even have level 3. I think the issue is probably that I'm using red mages. But what I'm gonna do is try this with no white mage and with an extra copy of Thunder. And I hope I'm guessing correctly that the next boss is weak to Thunder. But it may be time to grind, yes. How's FF3 going? I've been liking it a lot. I played like a little bit of it ages ago. But it was the DS version. This is the furthest I've gotten in the NES version by quite a bit. No effect. Oh my god. Oh, it hits really hard, I see. Well, I'm glad I didn't save after all that, like, class changing and stuff. That's all my thunders. I'm gonna laugh if this thing's accuracy is bad enough that I just beat it. You can fish him up in F. That's funny. There we go. I would love for you to hit instead of missing. Cure Blizzard on dot. It defaulted to that. I didn't move the cursor there. Why did it? Oh. Oh. Yeah, the game wants you to be all mages. Look at this sprite, dude. Oh. I'm just kind of curious, like, is the damage even close to acceptable? No. Unless these have, like, no hit points at all. They cast Thunder? Yeah, they did. But I don't have the money to do 4 black mages is the issue. Or, you know, red mage would be fine too. 4 classes that can cast black magic. I wonder if bows get affected in the same way when you're minied. We'll never know. Whoops. No, there is a way I can do this. I was forgetting that the magic works in such an interesting way. Everybody gets 1 attack spell. Hey, thank you, Sepasai. If you weren't here when I named these characters, they're named after my cats. No, I never did. Do you want to know what I did to all of FF2? Because I'll tell you. All right, anyone who wants to go unspoiled on an obscure way to get through the Famicom FF2, earmuffs. But I suspect nobody cares. So in, I think, the second dungeon, you run into a sword called the Ancient Sword, which inflicts a status effect. Help me out here. Curse. And Curse halves the... I think better than halves the damage that its target deals, and more importantly, its defense. So I cursed everything that I ran into. And oh, do these guys have a spell slot for Thunder? Which level is Thunder? Level 2? Yeah, okay, they do. Oh, didn't I already have a Thunder? I should have a 4th now. No, I had a Thundara here. It's like an ice dungeon or something. It's very early on. So, that meant that I could fight really strong enemies, which contrary to popular belief actually does matter for leveling in FF2. So I started attacking the, like captains or whatever in the occupied town. I forget what it's called. Finn, maybe. And as long as I hit them with the ancient sword, it would inflict the curse status effect, which then lowered their defense enough that I was actually capable of dealing damage. So very quickly, I got to the point where I was just beating the shit out of them. And I just stayed way ahead of the power curve for the rest of the game. And I never took off the ancient sword. There's exactly one enemy that this doesn't work on, and it's all the way in the last dungeon. So like I was feeling pretty smart, and then I got to the very end of the game, and if I ever ran into a golem, which I think is also an unrunnable encounter, I was like screwed. But hey, thanks for the follow. Ooh, Russell's in a bad spot now, but that's fine. Yeah, which I've heard that before. Yeah. Whoops. Hey, thank you. You have a good night. Interesting. Yeah. That's a fun little detail. No, don't do that. Yeah, I already said this once this stream, but I think a lot of FF2's reputation comes from YouTube, basically. There are a lot of YouTube videos about how FF2 is so bad because you have to hit your own guys, and it's the most effective way to level up. And like, I tried that after beating the game, and it's like, this is so much slower than like other ways of getting ahead of the power curve. I never had to take damage is the thing. I just won. I just hit everything with the ancient sword and then instantly killed it. That's true. Yes, before the age of YouTube, for sure. I remember seeing it too. I just mentioned it because I know for a fact there are a ton of YouTube videos that rehash that complaint. Yeah, I just started this dungeon, Hermit. I don't know anything about it. I didn't use swap either. I just killed everything. It's not that hard, just kill everything. Why didn't you think of that? Yeah, I know about it, but the issue is that you have to level it up before it'll like actually hit your own guys, which that's one case where it is actually useful to do that. Yeah, well, I found a glitch to max out my weapon skill at the start of 2. Do you remember what I did? I still do remember. Oh, they just got the spell slot for, maybe not for Thundara. They got it for the other raw level spells. So I found out that if you have a weapon that you're like really low level with and you attack cancel with that a bunch, and then you switch to a different weapon before the battle ends in the Famicom Final Fantasy II, you level up that weapon way too fast, the one you switch to. I'm gonna laugh when the boss of this dungeon like absorbs thunder and this whole plan is for naught. Hey Nocturne, how are you? Don't you dare hit Dot, don't you? Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, for sure. There's no way it was. Have you seen the thing they do in the GBA version to get like tons of evasion? It's like a speedrun strat, but I don't see any reason you couldn't do it in like a normal playthrough. Ooh. Good thing it didn't do 1 more damage. You equip 2 shields on all your party members. Yep, Retro knows it. And you just queue up attacks over and over again that don't do any damage, but you level up the shield stat really fast, which also gives you huge, huge evasion. I forget if it works in the Famicom version. Somebody asked if I was gonna do that. And I'll do this thing when I don't want spoilers, where if somebody spoils something, I just go, okay, I'm gonna pretend like that's off limits now, you know? Like that thing that they're telling me to do, I'm gonna pretend simply does not exist. And that I didn't hear about it. So I never tried dual shields. It's a mouse! Do you guys know about this mouse? Look at this. I'm posing for a picture with the mouse. Hang on. Just a sec. This is gonna take a second. Right. What is that from? That's from a VTuber, isn't it? Look. We're posing for a picture. Hello. Hey, have you guys seen my facial expressions here? This is the scared one. This is the sad one. This is the happy one. Look how happy I look. This is the pouting one. And then you've seen the glasses, of course. What do you mean you couldn't see that? What's the problem? Could you actually like see the swirly glasses at all? All right, I'm gonna lose to the boss now. Squeak, don't take shiny Squeak. Hey, thanks for the raid, Claire. How's it going? Wow, that is not a ton of damage. I'm not sure I can actually do this. Right on. What were you up to? If you can find them. I'm gonna try Blizzard and see if it's resistant to thunder. Whoa, too much damage! Who taught this thing Thundara? Or Fyra, I mean. I think there's decent odds it gets, like, delayed, but yeah, I know what you mean. Attack. Hey, Starman, nothing. What's up with you? I'm just telling it like it is, Pressure. No, stop casting those. Can you not use Phoenix Down? And never mind. I'm not finishing that sentence. Oh my god, that is obnoxious that spells can whiff in this. Out for 8 hours. You enjoying the weather? That is ironic. Well, you haven't met my cats. They're on the lazy side. No, Thundara! This better kill it. It didn't. I think I'm out of Phoenix Down, right? I literally can't damage it. What if you use the staff or the mithril rod? Does that cast something? Well, that didn't work. Yeah, I had one Phoenix Down, but I don't think I was going to be able to claw my way back from that. Alright, can a level 1 red mage... I have to save before I check this. Can a level 1 red mage use thunder? If so, I think there's still hope. Unless that thing has like 1200 HP or something. I haven't, but your attack stat is 1 when you equip a bow as mini. Oh, right. It's really good. Have you played this one before? I think this is probably as good as it's gonna get. I definitely didn't equip any armor, so that's an issue. Whoops. That can't be good for your, like, what's it called? Magic resist. Right hand doesn't matter. Hey, thank you, Sepasai. It is the cats, yeah. Dudley's gonna be Onion Knight? No. Sure he can. No one can cast Mini. Right? Oh, okay, no, we're good. Sort of. I mean, Dot is going to be basically useless during the boss fight, but she might be fine just casting Cure. That was a long time without any encounters. Oops. I know I'm under leveled, but like this dungeon is not the place to try to catch back up, I think. It's just so restrictive. There we go. Oh, okay, it's night only or something. Woo! Hey, thanks for the follow. Can red mages equip the serpent sword? No. No. Oh, ambushed. Jeez. Hey, have a good night, Adam. That's true, Mr. J. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know, I just don't, like... I don't get frustrated by these games, like... kind of fucked up difficulty spikes and stuff. That was tough. People have done that, yes. You know people have done that. As much as I'd like to just resurrect this dead character right away, the extra chance to flee... we're good. So the plan is hit as hard as possible right out the gate. Yeah, you can't fit through the frickin' door, or I would. You know what's funny? I went through all that. I think I forgot to give Dot a level 1 black magic spell. Defeated the purpose of the whole thing. Hey Stein, how's it going? That's a good emote. Well, I made a big mistake here. That's for sure. Oh, man. This thing hits so hard. I wonder how close I'm getting. Is there any point in resurrecting the black mage or the red mage? Let's just assume there is. Yeah, it's come up a few times. Oh, that hurts. It's really funny, right? One damage. That's like a Jeff Foxworthy bit. When the angel bringing you back is bigger than you, you keep missing the rat. You're supposed to hit the rat. That's where you're getting it wrong. Ah, that's it. I can't really damage it anymore. I'm gonna do something I never do and look up this thing's HP. FF3 Giant Rat HP. Oh my god. Oh, 450 in this version. I'm actually pretty close then. I mean, I can't do it unless I've done 449 and I hit it, but that's not likely. Dot, will you hit, please? There we go. Okay, so... Thunder was only doing, I'd say, an average of 15, right? So how many casts of Thunder do I have? 3... 6... 9. So... assuming that I never miss, which is not a safe assumption, that's 135 damage there, right? And then these... I think I have 3 of them, right? The South Wind. I'd say they were doing an average of 70, so... I'm doing about 400 damage. Yeah, I know what you mean. So... let's see if I can level off these guys. Off whatever's out here. Because the enemies in that dungeon are way too strong. I made a mistake. Let's just try this again. Attack 19, remember that. Oh, Russell was the one who had it, right? Yeah, never mind. Yeah, attack goes down to 1 even with bows, so bows are not the answer. Thank you. Have a good night. Is that so, Sheriff? What's over here? That looks awesome. Oh man, group casting is such a hit to damage. Ah, 28 experience is not very much. 465. I can get everyone to level 8, though. Thank you. Have a good night. Hey there, how are you? Okay, so the Berserkers are worth a lot more. So a nightmare scenario would be, okay, that is 40 per, not 40 divided 4 ways. This is a fan translation. I actually did not know there was a prototype translation of 3. I knew there was one of 2. I don't want this. The prototype translations are unreadable. The FF2 prototype translation, like, cannot distinguish between rebel and rebellion. So, when you attack the captains, they say, like, darn rebellions. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Step-Aside. I really want that Berserker fight again. Fuck it. I didn't even know it was on PSP. There we go. What does he have equipped? I wonder if that's like the White Slayer or something. That's probably got them. But you never know. Dudley's job level went up, huh? Did everybody hit level 8? I'm sure it won't work, but I want to make another run on the boss. This is my normal model. Actually, if you look at the full thing, it doesn't really look too much like a white mage. You know? But definitely from the from the neck up. Spin-off white mage. Yep, that's correct. No, the exact tile I was gonna pause. I can probably just hit these things to death. No, I cannot. Fuck this. There we go. Good use of that potion. Didn't want Dot to feel left out. Mini being the same spell level as Arrow definitely really hurts. Wait a second. That might be what I need, honestly. Thunder was doing nothing. Shh, no thanks. Hey, you know, Squid. Nice. So far I like it a lot. This dungeon is hard as hell though. Or rather the boss is. I think Thunder does more damage because it's a higher spell level, yes. But Thunder is the odd man out in this one, not Ice. Toe! Nice, first try. No. Oh, the rats hit so hard. The Lilliputians cast thunder. Oh my gosh. All right, this is as good as this is gonna get. Oh, it's not because there's another encounter. Nice. Here we go. I am curious how much damage these do. Don't worry, Booyun, I haven't been. Ooh, that's still really shitty. The south wind is so much better. That's about half of its HP. How's it looking? That's actually a jump in damage. I think that level made a big difference. Like, it's close to dead now, but all the damage has been done. That's right, Noman. Yes! Oh, man! Whew. What a difficulty spike. And everybody survived, too. Whoops. I'm doing it. I'm walking out. Oh, spells don't retarget the way that that attacks do. That's never come up before. Wild. Yeah. It serves a purpose after all. Yeah. Hang on. Ha. What? No, it's this dungeon where you have to be minied. Man, this game is good so far. Supposedly some places are still delivering. I'm skeptical. That didn't fix the thing. Come on now. That seems good. Yeah, I sold some leather armor. I didn't mean to see it to sell. I think I'm gonna have to like go back for that somewhere. How about you? Is your equipment okay? Yeah. Very slightly better. That's a pretty funny NPC. Yeah, I can whistle a little bit. It's a little more impressive if my mic isn't, you know, half a second delayed. Like, I don't quite have the flexibility to do those really quick riffs, you know? Hey there. Sea Elemental and Killer Fish. Oh my god, Russell hits like a truck. The whole party's been minied for so long, I like forgot you could do damage in this game. Bonk. How's it going, Slushy Cat? No. Oh no! A single night playthrough? No, I don't know how to play this game. This is my first time touching it, so... Yeah, I think it is. Oof. Have a good night, Sepasai. There we go. It's a pretty tough encounter. It better be worth a ton of experience. 98's actually a lot. I am fine with 98. I've never heard this song before. I wonder if you have a map in this game. Man, this game is cool. This is this game's Melmond. Oh. Yeah, I do too. FF7 had stuff that was like kind of analogous to that, which is something that I'd forgotten. When I was replaying it, I was like, oh yeah, there's like hidden stuff all over the floor. Oh my god, they all do this. Ooh, that's probably a huge-ass upgrade for the monk. Oh. What is that compared to leather armor? Oh, okay, that's big. Huge-ass would not be the right word for it, though. What did I just get, dude? Did anyone see it? Oh, this. So we've got 2 times 36, or... One times 31. I don't really understand that. A gun. That's not what I'm asking, though. What's the point when I have 2 times 36? With higher accuracy. Oh, I'm getting tons of bows. Oh, fuck. That's a cool sprite. Frogs. Huh. Oops. So you can't get out to the north. Oh yeah, actually. Toe. Alright, this encounter I can take. Yeah, isn't that cool? I think that's the FF2 exit door graphic as well, but I'm not totally sure. I think they remain a back row monster until the next turn. Like if you kill a front row monster and then you retarget and hit the back. Maybe they're just back row for the whole time. I don't know. Stop. Yes. I'm down in this gnome bread, dude. No, stop. I need somewhere with strong... Wow, exactly as much HP as he had. Holy shit. These things been this damaging the whole time? Ooh. Did I save after? Ooh, I don't think I have the Water Fang. I don't think I saved after doing that dungeon. I have to do the whole thing again. Eh, it won't be that bad. It's not that bad. Remember, I just had to gain the level, and then the boss fight was doable. The dungeon's really short. I'm trying to imagine what grinding would look like in this. And it has to involve like a town that's further away. I think there might be something north from the Viking cave. I just need somewhere where there's an inn. Ooh, that sucks. It's too bad about the Phoenix Down. Yes. That's come up. Let's see. Yeah. Didn't Lorigami make a microdot as well? From like the FF5 days? Or am I mixing that up with what you did, Hazel? Oh, that's a really bad roll. That might mean I can't win. That is too. Oof. Yeah, that's right. Ooh, that's bad. Good. I'm still pretty sure these rolls are like way too low to actually kill this thing. Yeah, they're pretty funny. Okay, good. Arrow hits hard, dude. Oh. Walked off without the prize. That's good enough. Yeah, I need a Dudley emote. It's impossible to get an emote-worthy photo of Dudley. He moves so much. Or he's like just asleep. They don't look like too dissimilar. This petite enemy is like the thing that's hardest to run from, I'm pretty sure. I have no idea what your question means. You're gonna have to elaborate. Toe! I'm trying. Oh, yeah, no way. There's no way I was gonna get that. I'm sure there'll be at least 2 encounters on the way out. Hahaha, it heard me. See, we're like literally caught back up. Other than like there's some menuing I need to do. Plus I could die on the way back. But you can't get that hellish cursed coin encounter, so... Hey, thanks, Sheriff. I actually gotta get a water bottle. I just ran out. I fell asleep drinking the water. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to place a little food order here and see if it gets canceled, which... Yeah, okay. There's something that a lot of like fast food places do on Grubhub where they say they're open, but then you go to the page and it's like, unfortunately, none of the menu items that this restaurant offers are available. They do that instead of marking themselves as closed for some reason. I don't know what the deal is there. Anyway, point is Taco Bell's closed. Sorry, I'm taking care of this before I finish up the game for the night because it's getting pretty close to closing time. It's possible that they won't even take this order, but... No, I'm gonna be done soon. I'm not pushing this one because the game's new to me. I don't want to like burn myself out on it. I'll probably get hooked at some point, like I did with FF. Which one was that? 2, and just play constantly, but. Yeah, don't worry. All right. I'm placing a food order. I think it's really likely that they'll cancel it, but I wanted to try. Because I'm going to have to eat a bread sandwich if this doesn't work. I tried, man. For the record, when I heard we were going to have weather, I ordered groceries a really long time in advance. And they didn't... they ran out of food. It's a proper meal. Oh. How do I resurrect? I guess Russell's gonna remain knocked out for a little bit. We have weather every day. Okay, I'm saving this time. Dough! That fucking emote. How do you do that? Do you toast only the middle bread or only the outside bread? Or is it just all toasted? Yo, this game fucks you up when you get on the boat. If I had to guess, you probably have the same water encounter for, if not the entire world map, and then a huge swath of it. And so it's balanced around a power level that I'll hit in more like an hour or two. Yeah, I've never had that. There we go. Nope. 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 Stop. Oh, she got out. Hell yeah. I did it. I'm in Canaan. Oh, pardon me. Okay, so first things first, oh, yeah. I do want to go get that Kempogi, but not... It's not like priority one. I'm not playing much longer, by the way. If you're like fading fast, don't worry. If you have to go to bed, you're gonna miss very little. Monks can't wear hand armor, can they? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, driver hasn't even been assigned for this for this order yet. That's not a good sign. There we go. Not for much longer though, Sheriff. The big thing I want to know is this right here a viable grinding spot? The encounter rate is so low. There we go. I've heard of that. I need to grind off the water encounters, is what I need to do. This menu is so snappy. It's actually worse when you're minied, I think, because it takes longer for your turn to come up. That happens sometimes too. That would not be good. Because what is this? This is like 40 experience, isn't it? 48. That's not enough. My dudes need like lots of experience to level. Wasn't this a lot of experience? It was almost 100, wasn't it? Oh, I forgot he has a lightning elemental sword. I don't understand why they were hitting so much harder that one time. Yeah, 74 isn't like awesome, but that encounter was so much faster than the Berserker one. And it was more experience. I wasn't expecting the encounter rate in this game to be so low. You know what I mean? It's so unlike this era of RPGs. Did Russell miss? Hey, Bowler Hat, I'm just about to cut stream. I was just testing an area for viability for like a grinding loop, and I found it. Did XCOM do what it does again? I'm turning a big profit on that too. That was what, 3 encounters? I could have pushed it and done another 1 or 2, but hell yeah, there's an emote. Well, it is pushing midnight. Yeah. Yeah, good timing, because I'm also heading off to bed. Or rather, you know, getting ready to. I'm gonna clean a little bit and wait for this order to get canceled. Is probably what's gonna happen. Oh god, I'm sorry. Well, on that note, I am done. I had fun. I'm thinking I'm probably going to play this on Thursday every week for a while. But when I feel like it's begun to wear out its welcome, I'll probably oh yeah, you have a good night too. I'll probably start like pushing it and just, you know, get the game out of the way. Yeah. Rears Day. I had fun. Monday, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do Platformageddon again. I already forget the next game. It's something really tough. And then the rest of next week, I don't know. But let's fix something here. My new schedule from now on. How on earth did that happen? OBS is a strange program. Does this look right? Hang on. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to UTC. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Iron Sword. Iron Sword's coming up. That is a hard video game. So, I am out of here. It's good to see you, Porum. even though the stream is ending right now. Let me see who's online. Damn, lots of people. Oh, shit! Oh, we missed it! BBH is playing Son 2. Oh, no. No, he was playing my favorite game. We missed my favorite game. Son of a... Oh. Well, he was right. I am sad I missed it. Go say hi to Lord BBH. I'm gonna say hi to Lord BBH too, and then I'm gonna go back and watch the Son 2 part of the VOD. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you again on Monday, is my guess. I don't know if I'm gonna get bored and do a gorilla stream. It's not out of the question. But yeah, have a good night. I'll see you later.